Okay, are we good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It's Tuesday. Oh, wait a minute. Why is that in two different... 1, 2, 3, 4... No? Okay, we're good. I think we're in Pantheon this evening. I thought some people wanted some help with something, but I'm not 100% certain because there seems to be just me here. We have one other that just jumped in. Hey, man. Okay, I see the information here. Real quick, I was notified about an update to the spring progression reset. We hope you're enjoying the ability loadouts feature, the Nightfall Crypt, and our update to the Summoner class. I'm going to be reading through this information, so I'm going to be radio silent for a few minutes. We're continuing to watch the feedback on each of those things, but now that they're out, we're going to be shifting more of our focus to preparing for the combat and progression update coming in the spring. Today we wanted to share some changes we are making to character attributes in that update to help support better itemization for the game, and to help make the attributes a bit more intuitive for everyone. I'm calling it now. I think they're going back to strength. For the warrior. Just to help prevent any confusion, when we use the word attributes, we're talking about core character stats such as strength, dex, or intellect. While there are plenty of other stats that are part of your characters, attributes play an especially big role in Pantheon's itemization. These numbers influence almost every aspect of adventuring gameplay. I feel like items are going to get reworked. I think. Challenges with attributes today. Before we talk about the changes, let's take a moment to lay out our goals for attributes and itemization. Each attribute should have a distinct impact on character performance, although that impact does not have to be the same for all classes. Each character class should value... Okay, so first off, this is kind of an important note here, where they mention although that impact does not have to be the same for all classes. When they bring out the masteries, the information that I've gathered is that the masteries calculation is not the same for every class. For example, the warrior may have an offensive path and a defensive path. The paladin might have an offensive and a defensive. The dire lord might have an offensive and a defensive. But the cleric might have a heals versus buffs. Like, it's not that there's going to be an offense-inspired path for every class and a defensive-inspired path. Some will have the offense and defense, some will have healing and buffs, some will have, I'm assuming, dots and pets. And there are people out there who think every class is getting an offense tree and a defense tree, and that's not how it works. So, just so you guys know. Each character class should value multiple attributes for gameplay. I've told you guys this. They expect you to look after 4. Each character class should present meaningful choices in terms of what attributes to emphasize. For example, if you're a warrior and you have certain abilities that you use all the time that are based off of agility, and you go into your mastery trees of either offense or defense, whatever abilities have agility, you're going to go for those as opposed to strength or constitution or what have you, because you're going to want to raise the total force of your agility stat. That's why they want your stats to be more, or to have more impact, right? That's at least my understanding of it. The attribute bonuses provided by items should generally be useful to all classes who generally use that item type. As an analogy, our goal is that while a necromancer may prefer a slightly different robe from a wizard, both classes should still see a tangible benefit from wearing either option. Throughout the course of early access so far, we have made several changes to the way character abilities work and to the game's itemization. While each of these changes has helped move our game forward, they have also introduced some challenges. Today, too many of our classes have an optimal build for their attributes that are fundamentally different from the other classes in the same role. To return to the analogy above, the necromancer gets little benefit from wearing the wizard robe, even though both classes can wear it. The second issue is learning curve and player confusion. Now, I feel like there should be a learning curve. Let's see what they say here. We often see new players confused about what attributes they should pursue for their class. If you are confused about what attribute you need for your class because you don't know how to read the attributes that are showing on your hotbar abilities, you got other problems, okay? And wondering why certain attributes are associated with some of their class abilities. Finally, we have two attributes that simply don't feel very meaningful. This is going to be Constitution and Charisma. Yeah, Constitution and Charisma, of course. Past attempts to try and make those attributes more meaningful have just created additional confusion or frustration. I'll be honest, man, anything that changes the disposition of a mob should be charisma. Anything. Whether it's a charm, a mez, what have you. A confuse, it should be charisma. Anything that changes disposition, that's what charisma does. Constitution, I feel like Constitution should always be saving throws. That should always be like natural resistance to something. Like a high Constitution means you take a percentage less damage than the next person. That you get hit for an attack that's 200 damage to whoever it hits. Well, let's say to somebody with a high Constitution, it only hits for 160, whereas it hits the other person for 200. That's what I feel like. Or if someone casts a disease dot or a poison nuke on you, your Constitution allows you to add a resist bonus to not getting dotted or not getting debuffed. But whatever they plan on doing here, I have no idea. What's changing? With all of that in mind, here are the changes we'll be making. 1. The Constitution attribute is being removed. Interesting. The Constitution attribute is being removed and replaced with a new attribute named Concentration. The Charisma attribute is being removed and replaced with a new attribute named Presence. The base effects of all our attributes are being reworked to be more intuitive and meaningful. Uh-oh. Okay, chat, buckle in. Buckle in. I don't want to hear no whining, not even from me. We got to get through this and see what they've done. The attributes used by class abilities are being realigned for better synergy between classes in the same archetype or role. So that means all the tanks are going to have their damage abilities over to strength. They're probably going to have all their defensive stuff over to stamina, I would think. These changes will generally help items to be more useful to multiple classes than they are today. They will also make the process of picking up a new class and understanding how to gear that class much more intuitive for... I don't know if I like this chat. They're making it easier. Yes, I used a level of difficulty, I know. They're making it easier for people. There will still be multiple attributes that each class will want to improve, and meaningful choices will still be present, but those choices will make more sense than they have in the past. Baseline benefits from attributes. Here are the details on what each attribute will do once the changes take effect. Strength. Raw physical power. Bonuses to melee, auto attack damage, and carry capacity. So, not your abilities? Dexterity. Hand-eye coordination. Bonuses to ranged auto attack damage, parry chance, and melee crit chance. So Dex will not be a big deal for the warrior going defense. Agility. Reflexes and ability to move quickly. Bonuses to dodge chance and base armor class. Base armor class. So, will I not have to worry about agility when I start getting gear? What do you mean base armor class? Stamina. Physical health and fortitude. Bonuses to player health pool. Concentration. Ability to focus and ignore distractions. Resistance to spell pushback from being hit in combat. And resistance reduction to some... Okay, this makes sense. This is what I was just saying about Constitution. Resists. Yeah. That makes sense. That's how, I'm pretty sure that's how it was in Dungeons and Dragons. Intellect, mental acuity, problem solving, tactical thinking. Bonuses to mana pool and improved chance of spell crits. Rationality, strategic thinking. bonus to mana pool, and improved chance for spell crits for some classes. Well, that's interesting because warriors are supposed to be masters of the battlefield. So does that mean I have to now get wisdom? Obviously not. I know. It's just weird to see strategic thinking and not think of the warrior. Presence, social impact, force of will, focus, aura. Vendor prices, faction gains, utility buff duration, power of charm, and mez effects. That makes sense. So if we choose the warrior and we choose to go defense, it seems like we're going to need concentration, stamina, agility, and strength. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. We'll swap dex for agility. Well, it depends on how they gear the attributes. But right now it seems like strength, dex, stamina, and concentration. Which makes sense. That'd be the same as it always... That would be the same as what I thought it was going to be. Warriors have never needed intellect, never needed wisdom, never needed charisma. So the toss-up is going to be how well agility and or dexterity works, because concentration, stamina, and strength are going to be musts. You're going to want to have strength, stamina, and concentration. Spell pushback is the chance that incoming damage increases the time it takes to finish casting a spell. You might notice that the baseline benefits aren't all equally valuable depending on the class you play. But attributes do more than just provide those baseline benefits. They will also factor into the performance of your class abilities. Okay, here we go. Strength will be used to increase power on some physical melee attack abilities that rely on force. Stamina will be used to increase power on some offensive and defensive abilities that are focused on shield or armor use, or on absorbing or blocking incoming damage. Dexterity will be used to increase power on some physical melee and ranged attack abilities that rely on precision. Agility will be used to increase power on some defensive abilities that rely on avoiding enemy attacks as well as reaction and movement-related abilities. So agility is going to be the toss-up, whereas right now it's pretty much mandatory if you want to use your abilities to their highest level. Intellect will be used to increase power on some damaging spellcasting abilities that focus on manipulation of elemental or arcane energy. Wisdom will be used to increase power on some spellcasting abilities that focus on manipulation of divine or curse energy. Concentration will be used to increase power on some magical attacks and abilities that rely on sustaining effects or channeling energy over time. What do they mean by energy? Is that endurance? Presence will be used to increase power or duration on some magical attacks and abilities that rely on willpower or manipulating the target's mental state. This applies to many classes. Taunt abilities for tank. Oh, interesting. Okay, hang on. So we are going to need strength, stamina, dex, and presence. Yeah, strength, stamina, dex, and presence. I wonder if the gear is going to reflect that, because right now I'm pretty sure none of my gear has charisma at all. Which means items are going to have to be reworked. Yeah, strength, stamina, dex, and presence. All right, let's pick a class. Let's pick let's say enchanter. So we know enchanter's going to need presence because it says crowd control abilities. So presence, intellect, wisdom affects abilities that focus on manipulation. So wisdom. So presence, wisdom, intellect. And concentration. So the bottom four: intellect, wisdom, concentration, presence. That's an enchanter. No strength, no stamina, no dex, no agility. Okay, let's go with rogue. What would a rogue be? So melee attack, so strength. Stamina, not so much. Dexterity. A rogue doesn't really need to avoid unless it's pulling aggro. Intellect still says spell casting ability, so the rogue is out. Wisdom is out. Stuns and fears, so presence. So rogue is going to need strength, dex, agility, and presence. Those are the four stats for a rogue. Yeah, strength, dex, agility, and presence. Yep, so those are your four rogue stats. So now let's go cleric. Let's say cleric. So cleric, my understanding is clerics have the ability to melee to try and get some power back in combat, but not a lot of clerics melee. A lot of them stay in the back. So let's scratch that out for now. So strength is not a priority. So then we go to stamina. Stamina is used to increase power on offensive or defensive abilities that are focused on shield or armor. Cleric doesn't have to worry about that. Stamina's off the table. Dexterity, physical melee and ranged attacks, out the window. Agility, defensive abilities that rely on avoiding enemy attacks as well as movement-related abilities, agility's out the window. So it looks like cleric is going to be intellect, wisdom, concentration. Not so much presence. Well, there is lull. Yeah, same four stats. Presence, con, wiz, and intellect for a cleric. Okay, let's go with the monk. So strength, stamina, agility, and presence? No. Although there is taunt. Monk doesn't have a mez, doesn't have a charm, doesn't have a fear. Doesn't have pets. Okay, so presence is out the window. So strength, stamina. Yes, strength, stamina, dex, and agility. Yeah, strength. Yeah, strength, stamina, dex, and agility. Okay, let's what other class could we go with? What's a popular class? Well, I guess all the intellect casters really are just going to use the bottom. Anybody with mana is just going to use the bottom four. Intellect is spells, wisdom is spells, concentration is spells, and presence is utility. He's there. He talked to you. You answered him. He just didn't talk back again. If you can hear us, Collins, we heard you speak up like 20 seconds ago and nothing since then. This is kind of interesting. I wasn't expecting the warrior to go to charisma or presence. Yeah, strength. So I need to worry about strength, stamina, dex, and presence. No. Strength, stamina, agility, and presence for defense, and strength, stamina, dex, and agility for offense. That's what it is. So if you're going to be an offensive warrior, you want strength, stamina, dex, and agility. And if you're defensive, you want strength, stamina, agility, presence. That's it. Got it. Got it figured out. Is this new? Yes. This was a couple days ago, but I didn't hear about it until this evening. So they're not just changing the mob mechanic. They're changing, dude. They're doing more than I thought. Like they're rewriting classes. If they stick to this, the defensive warrior will be strength, stamina, agility, presence. The offensive warrior will be strength, stamina, dexterity, presence. No, strength, stamina, dex, agility. There better be some serious presence on items if they expect the defensive warrior to have threat with it. Rewriting what stats do for the second time in 6 months. Wonder why the change. The reason being is they're having trouble with charisma and constitution. They can't get it to function properly for what they wanted, so they're rewriting those two stats. Because of that, they're going to have to go over the gear again, and because of that, they just decided to rework the way classes operate. So I'm sitting here reading this whole announcement. I'm just trying to figure out what 4 stats I would have to work on. So stamina is shield, armor, and blocking. So no caster needs stamina. However, will stamina power the Titan pet? One of you summoners out there, next time on Joppa's stream, ask him if stamina is going to affect the Titan. You're welcome. So Enchanter's 2 main stats are going to be presence and concentration. Intellect will probably be 3rd. Most abilities will scale their power based on the attribute most closely aligned with their function as described above. As a result, each of our classes will have 4 attributes. Chat, I told you, some of you came in here and you were trying to throw this back at me. I told you it was going to be 4 stats. Shut your fingers. Don't need to hear from you anymore. I was right. I'll take it. 4 stats. No need to discuss it ever again. Don't bring it to my attention. 4 stats. I was right. You were wrong. Sorry. You got to deal with it. It's not toxic. It's the truth. 5 letters. Starts with a T. Different letters after that. As a result, each of our classes will have 4 attributes that are important to their performance, both as part of the baseline effects, but also because of the abilities that the class uses. While the remaining 4 attributes will be helpful for their baseline effects. 4 is always the max. 4's never been the max. 4 stats only came in with the August change. It was never 4 stats before that. Krushnek was strength stamina, nothing else. It only became 4 stats in the summer when they made the warrior change. That's when they first announced it. I've been saying it for who knows how long. Here's a chart that shows how that breaks down based on the different base abilities that each class possesses. Note that some mastery builds may change this focus for individual classes. For example, warriors that choose to heavily focus on their DPS may find it useful to have more dex. I just said that. Okay, class name. Warrior, tank, stamina, strength, agility, presence. I call it. Rewind the clip 3 minutes. I called it. Let's see how right Krushnek just was. So we went to the cleric. Wisdom, strength, stamina. Okay, so I had concentration instead of strength. Everything else I had. What else do we call out? Rogue. Dex, strength, intellect, stamina. Interesting. I didn't have intellect. I had the other ones. Summoner, intellect, concentration, wisdom, presence. I told you, it's bottom 4. Necromancer, enchanter, bottom 4. So all the intelligence classes need bottom 4. Bard. This class doesn't exist, chat. This is a typo. Somebody better report this. Somebody report this. This is a lie. This doesn't exist. It's not a thing. They're pulling the wool over your eyes, chat. That's not real. I was right. Priests need bottom 4 also. And I talked about the cleric needing strength for the melee. Yeah, so... Yay! Yay! Yay, I know what I'm talking about. There's proof right there. There's vindication. I know what I'm talking about. I feel so good, chat, right now. I feel so good. Okay, we don't need to see the rest of that. You will notice a lot of overlap between different classes within the same role. This is intentional. Again, one of our... Well, yeah. So, this here, this is item related. Don't kid yourself. This is so they're not going to have 4,000 items, and they only need to get away with 2,000 items. Just so you know. Again, one of our goals for this change is to make it so that more of the equipment in the game is useful to... Okay, I'm going to stop speaking my mind, because apparently my mind is on this page. It should go without saying that once we implement these changes, we may need to make some adjustments based on your feedback. These changes, along with many others, will be part of the combat and progression update and will be available on our public test realm when it opens. We encourage all of you to jump in and provide feedback. I don't know if you're going to get all the people on the PTR. I don't even know if I want to go to the PTR. I'll have to talk with the gang and see what they want to do. Around the team, what we've been working on this week. Moving forward, we're going to be including this section in our weekly web content as often as possible to help show you some of the progress that's been made behind the scenes. Each of these items is a current area of focus for the team and part of the work we have to do for our upcoming releases. Design and narrative. Beginning population of Kosa Ul in Badia Dakara. Finalizing skills, abilities, and mastery selections for warriors, paladins, and dire lords. Oh, interesting. So they're getting the tanks out of the way first. Oh, I guess that makes sense. They're going to need to have to find a way to... yeah. Updated NPCs and dialogue for the Port of Raloon. I don't know what this is about. I only know of one quest that involves the port right now. Layout and mood paintings for Fair Thale City to help inform building assets. Oh, so that's whiteboarding right there. That's whiteboarding. World building and environment art. Finalizing jungle biome in Kosa Ul. And beginning set dressing for Monarch villages. Beginning rebuild and expansion of the port of... So they're going to change the port. And apparently make it bigger. Well, I guess they're going to have to, because they're still bringing in ships. We're still getting ships to go to the different continents, so... Build out and environmental asset creation for the Obsidian Depths. Creating Detehana structures, platforms, and... Am I even saying that right? Detehana? Detehana. Detehauna? It's either Detehauna or Detehana. I think it's Hauna. Haunt. Hana. No, it must be Hana. Detahana. Creating Detahana structures, platforms, and walkway kit, and progress on player sailboat. There you go. Player sailboat. We got the mounts early, we're getting the boats early. We'll have the boats before we can even use them. Character art and animation. Touch-up work on shark models. High poly passes on Hydran and Siren models. That's going to be underwater content. Finalizing concepts for Ka-Ladan? Ka? It must be Ka-Ladan. Finalizing concepts for Detedola. I'm assuming Detedola and Detehana have something in common, hence the Dete, whatever that is. The Detedola is the race. Clothing. So the Detedola is the race. Detehana is the way of life, I'm guessing, with the structures and platform, the construction. That's like the feng shui. Aradola clothing. The Aradola, those are the people in Black Rose Keep. Those are the merchants down in the chasm, the Aradola. Finalizing animations for Monarch male and female. Don't know who the Monarch are. I'm guessing they're going to be in Badia Dakara. Finalizing animation for girl. Oh my goodness, they're calling them Gurlocs instead of Murlocs. Really? Really VR. Did you really go Gurloc from Murloc? I hope not. I really do. I hope that's not where Gurloc came from. You just decided to change the first letter. I know it's probably not, but Murloc is the first thing that comes to mind from World of Warcraft. For those who don't know, the Murlocs are amphibious little nuisances that sound annoying. Finalizing Bone Merchant NPC clothing armor. Bone Merchant? Is that the Body Summoner? The Bone Merchant? That's the Corpse Summoner, right? Programming. Beginning work on 3D NPC movement and pathfinding for underwater and aerial environments. That's interesting. Aerial environments. Beginning implementation of combat formula changes for combat and progression. That was talked about earlier. Continuing the implementation of mastery system. Initial implementation of mail system. Oh yeah, Joppa mentioned the mail system and the auction house were coming as part of the spring update also. Goodbye economy. I don't know how I feel about the auction house. I just don't have to use it. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. I like the fact that they're rewriting Constitution and Charisma. But I like how they're keeping it for vendor prices and faction gains, which is really the only purpose. Well, until they mention taunt down below, but vendor, faction, and taunt. So presence is going to be like the most important stat for me. It's going to be presence, which is interesting. No other updates, right? No, that's the most recent, March 13th. Okay. Let me see what they got down here again. So for classes, everybody's going to choose. Oh, that's interesting. So they made that. So the tanks. Wait, did they do it for the healers too? No. Did they do it for the mages? No. So all three tanks have different secondary attributes. The warrior is agility, the paladin is wisdom, and the dire lord is dexterity. That's going to be your difference in gear. Everything else is stamina, strength, and presence. But the secondary stat changes. That'll be interesting. They took dexterity for the dire lord. I mean, I guess the dire lord can't use a shield. And the dire lord relies on doing damage either dual wield or two-hand. The paladin has fury, which is why they probably have wisdom. Well, fury and spells. then the warrior sticks with agility. So I'm still going to have agility on my abilities, more than likely. So stamina will dictate hit points. Strength will probably still stay on punish and cleave. The other abilities will still be on agility because agility is the secondary attribute needed. It's interesting that they have it core attribute, secondary, secondary, secondary. The core attribute for all three tanks is stamina. I'm not sure. To me, in my head, stamina would indicate hit points. Now, the warrior I could see, because the warrior doesn't have a way to get that health back. But the paladin and the dire lord both have ways to get their hit points back. It's interesting that they still count as stamina being their core attribute. I don't know how I feel about that. Although, that could give them the bit of an upper hand that they're looking for, because the warrior will end up with more of an upper hand when it comes to shield use. That's probably it. That's probably why we're all on stamina. It'll be like the paladin and the dire lord will be 1+2, 1+2, and the warrior will be 2+1. It all works out the same, but it's done differently. Maybe that's what they were thinking. At least that's what's going through my head right now. Hey, Vec. What's going on, man? Thanks for resubbing back up to the channel. Good job dodging those ads. Thank you for the support. That's what I'm thinking right now, though. I'm thinking the reason why all three tanks have stamina, it's the warrior's going to have the higher shield performance, but the paladin and the dire lord are going to need the health back, and there are probably going to be people that are going to complain when they jump in about the paladin and dire lord not being able to soak as much damage as the warrior, because they're probably not putting the same thought in to how they're going to differ. I'm quoting this. This is recorded. This will be on the YouTube channel. So when the spring update hits, we can all come back to this evening and see whether I was right or not. But that's what I'm thinking right now. That's why we're all on stamina as the core attribute. The healer's on wisdom as a core attribute. That makes sense. The scout's on dexterity. That makes sense. Intelligence caster's on intellect. I'll tell you something that's interesting to me. The rogue primary role is physical damage. The rogues that I've grouped with since December of last year, CC has been their primary. It's interesting that they've gone with physical damage now, because a lot of the rogues have complained to me when I've asked them their opinion and feedback that the rogue had never done enough damage, or the damage they thought they were going to do. But I knew 3 rogues that could lock down a battlefield better than a lot of CC classes. It was ridiculous. I know one rogue in particular. I haven't seen him in a long time, but when he was on, nobody else in the group had to do anything. He did everything ahead of time. He knew how to use the traps. He knew how to use blackjack. He knew how to use all of it. It was ridiculous. He made my job so easy back in the early days before the server merge. But then I never saw him again after that. But it's interesting that the rogue is the primary role is physical damage, because it didn't used to be that. It used to be CC. And if you remember, I've always said, if you don't have an enchanter, you can go with the necromancer or you can go with the rogue. Any of those 3 will be perfect for your group for CC. Don't get on a crutch. Don't say, oh, I can't run this dungeon without an enchanter. You're a dummy. Grab a necro or a rogue. They can do the same thing. They can do same thing. I didn't say they could perform at the same level, but they can do the same thing. They can lock down a mob or 2. The necromancer and the enchanter are both on the exact same stat build. I'm guessing concentration is going to be the primary stat for charm. Concentration is going to be the primary stat for charm. Concentration is going to decrease the chance of failing a saving throw. Mark my word. Mark my word right now. On the Enchanter Charm, concentration is going to be your main stat. And the fact that the Bard doesn't have concentration makes me think that the Bard's not going to be able to CC like we would think the Bard could CC. Because concentration is channeling, and channeling is singing. Just saying. Just saying. That's interesting. I like the idea of presence. I do. I like that. I just don't know if I want to roll in the PTR. We'll have to see what everybody else wants to do. I'll go with whatever the majority wants anyhow. Whatever the majority of people want, that's what we'll go with. Okay, let me see what these guys are doing. Okay, so did you guys want to go back into... Are we going back into Black Rose? I think Bob's posted and said he didn't think he was going to be here. Oh, right. You're on the new Beast now. How is it? Have you run some games and done some stuff and opened up 4,000 windows to see if anything crashes? So, one of our gang chat just got a new computer for the first time in a long time, and it's a pretty beefy machine, and they've completely forgotten their username and password. Let me tell you something. This notepad is probably older than half of you. My life is in those pages. Those pages. If somebody had these pages, they got my life. Just those pages. There's about 12 pages here. Everything I've ever registered, signed, done, whatever, it's right here. Now, I've got 3 of these hidden in places. And I have 1 in a safety deposit box, and I'm not even kidding. Just in case. You never know when, I hope I never see or become a victim of fire damage, but, 12 pages. 12 pages is my life. Okay, so they want to go into Black Rose. They were trying to go in yesterday, but I guess they didn't get as far as they thought they were going to go. So we're going to give them a hand, and then when we finish with them for the evening, whenever that is, we'll probably switch over to monsters for a bit. That's normal. Now, here's... Yeah, here... No, but here's something I want to let you know, too. So there is a known issue. Now, your guys' video card, your graphics card, was it NVIDIA or was it AMD? If it's a 5080, it's NVIDIA, but down in the bottom right corner, if you go down to the bottom right corner of your taskbar and you click the little window that pops up with all your icons, if you have a green square icon, it's NVIDIA, and if you have a red and black icon, it's AMD. Yep. Okay, so here's the first thing. Here's the first thing I would like you to do. Open up your browser, and I want you to go to nvidia.com, and I want you to download the NVIDIA app. It'll be right on the front page. So, all you're going to want to do, you're going to want to get the NVIDIA app. Oh, okay. Say when. He's still getting dressed. I don't have to look at him. I'm just going to be talking to him. What? Okay. Hello. Sorry, chat, I'm about to do some tech support, so bear with me. I saw you play Eminem. Hello. Okay, so what I was saying to Care, so what I would like her to do, or you to do, is to open up your web browser and go to nvidia.com. When you get to nvidia.com, you should see a link at the top that might say download or something about the NVIDIA app, APP. I would like you to download that app because NVIDIA puts all their updates through that app now. You have NVIDIA settings in the bottom right corner, but the NVIDIA settings is the default application that pops up when you install a graphics card. It's not the governing application. So once you go to nvidia.com, look for the NVIDIA app right on the front page, download it and install it. Now, you might have to make an account for it, so write it down. But anytime you start the NVIDIA app up, it'll scan for all the games you might have installed, and you can actually have it set your games at all the optimal settings for when you jump in. It is cool. I saw you play Eminem a couple days ago. Are you liking Eminem or Pantheon more in your opinion? And is there a reason why one ages past the other? It may not. Not until the game officially launches and becomes an actualized product. That was the second thing I was going to mention, and this is more so for Carrie's benefit. When she goes on her next raid, which I believe is tomorrow, if she crashes or lags, even with the new computer, NVIDIA cards have been known to cause an issue when on high render. So if she has any performance issues or locking up or crashing during the raid tomorrow, go into the graphics settings in Pantheon and down at the bottom, change the render to medium. You can, but for some reason, for whatever reason, whether it's Unity or the game itself, NVIDIA has a real problem rendering at high detail when you're on one of the 50XX cards. So the 5070, 5080, 5090, what have you. As far as Eminem versus Pantheon Shinra, I enjoy them both for different reasons. As far as liking one more than the other, keep in mind, I've been playing Pantheon for 3 years. I've been playing Monsters and Memories for 3 weeks. So, most recent NVIDIA drivers from March 10th. Okay, thank you. I will let them know. Bard is a dream? Yes, Acer. Bard is a dream. Bard does not exist. Where am I going? Oh, I'm supposed to be going to AVP. The website is just nvidia.com. NVIDIA. That's right. It's just the NVIDIA app. When you downloaded it, did you double click it and install it afterwards? So if you go down in the taskbar in the bottom right of your computer, do you see an icon for the NVIDIA app? It'll be a green icon. Not NVIDIA settings. When you mouse over it, it should specifically say NVIDIA app. Okay, so if you double click that, that should open up the NVIDIA app. Make sure you have a login account or make sure you're logged in. And then you can check for the newest graphics drivers. I believe they're dated March 10th. Okay, if that's what it's showing, you're good to go. But again, that note I mentioned about the rendering, that's going to be important for her tomorrow when she goes in the raid. She may not have any issues and it may run perfectly fine and she might be smiles. But if she has any performance issues on the raid encounter, just tell her to take her render level down to medium. When you open up the graphics settings in Pantheon, so the settings in Pantheon, there are 5 tabs. The middle one is graphics. Click on the graphics tab, and when it opens up, down at the very bottom on the right-hand side, you should see render quality and then high, medium, or low. Oops. Okay, they're set up. Perfect. Yay! Tech support is a success. Why does this look like Eastern Plains? This is Eastern Plains, right? Oh, I think I... Yeah, that's Eastern Plains. I went the wrong way. Right on. You heard what I was saying about the render thing for tomorrow, right? Okay, so the Pantheon has been known to give headaches to people who have the 50 generation of graphics card, 5070, 5080, 5090. You have a 5080. If you open up your graphics settings in Pantheon, where you change the slider bars and whatnot, you can put everything on high for tomorrow, but if you feel or if you suffer any performance issues or if you crash, down at the bottom of the graphics settings, you should see the render quality. You may have to put that to medium. No, you're not. You're going to turn everything on. You're going to have it maxed out for the first pull, and if it goes tits up, you're going to deal with it afterwards. Don't you dare turn those settings down. Are you kidding me? Why the hell did you get the computer? Perfect. I'm on 0 currently. Hey, Chad, I don't recall seeing those purple glowing plants just now when I zoned. Are those new? Am I crazy? I don't remember seeing those. These are new. Somebody sprinkled these in, right? I think so. I thought you guys were going into Black Rose, right? This is new. I don't recall these plants. I gotta look back at an earlier VOD, but I'm pretty sure I don't remember those plants being there. I don't remember that rock either. What is wrong with me? Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Something's weird. I don't remember those purple plants. Man, this looks more fuller, if that's even the proper sentence. It looks more dense. Am I crazy? This game is looking a lot better than the last... Oh, Shinra, dude. If you haven't seen this game in 2 years, you're missing out. This game's... it's fantastic. Maybe I just don't come this way a lot. Even the fire looks different. Oh, everything's on. I'm just not remembering. Too much monsters, chat. Too much monsters. I mean, based on how Krushnek is geared right now, in endgame, almost best in slot everything, our stats are as follows. So charisma is supposed to be concentration. Concentration is what's going to dictate our taunts. This is what my concentration value is right now at level 50. Clearly, they're going to have to rework items. Clearly. We have no buffs currently, and my stamina, con, agility, and dex are through the roof. My strength has taken a hit because I had to put agility on for my abilities. They want strength to be the primary for the warrior. The first secondary stat after stamina. So stamina is still our highest, as you can see here, 48. But strength has been butchered because of the need for agility. That fire looks different. I gotta go back to an earlier stream and look. I swear that fire looks different than it did last time I was up here. Wisdom and intellect are worse stats, which is that'll persist. That'll be the same after the reset. But yeah, concentration being 16 right now at level 50. And there's no charisma on any gear I'm wearing. That's why it's 16. It might be on jewelry, maybe? My helmet. So I have the default... Default should be single digit. Where else is there charisma? Huh? There's no way I only have +3 charisma. Warriors don't start with 13 charisma. Nope, never was. Figment of your imagination. Yep. If you mouse over, don't click on, but if you mouse over that icon, it'll either tell you NVIDIA settings or NVIDIA app. Okay, so NVIDIA Broadcast, that's a different thing. You would never use that. That's used for streaming. So what you're going to want to do is open your web browser, and you're going to want to go to nvidia.com, and right there on the front page, there should be a link to download the NVIDIA app, APP. Those changes are all coming at the wipe, not before. So when the servers come down and spin up again, that's when all that stuff we just read is going to be in, not before. Too much fun. Maybe my brain is malfunctioning. Could be, man. On nvidia.com. Hang on a second. Let me bring up the site. Hang on a second, chat. nvidia.com. No, reject optional. Okay, so you selected your location, right? And I'm guessing you selected United States? Okay, so if you click on drivers at the top, you see drivers over on the right-hand side? When it opens up, the very first rectangle should say Get Automatic Driver Updates, and then over to the right, it should say Best For and Best For. Right, so where it says Best For Gamers and Creators, click that. Then click Download Now. Okay. It'll download to your downloads folder. So in the top right corner of your browser, you should have a little icon that might look like it's counting down or filling up, or that might look like an arrow pointing down inside a circle. So click on it, and it should open up and start the install. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just install it, and once it's installed, it's going to ask you to create an account. So create an account, write down your username and password, and then go in and automatically check for your best drivers. No, once it's installed, it should close. It should close out, and then you'll have an icon in the bottom right-hand corner. I'm in BRK, by the way, if somebody has a group started. Did the install finish? So there's no NVIDIA window open on your computer. Do you have an icon on your desktop that says NVIDIA app? Double click on that, and the app should start. Okay. Only thing you want to pay attention to is drivers. Yes. Ba 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 ba. So is anybody else in zone? Okay. That looks so good. I stop here. Every time we come up here, I gotta stop and take a look. This is so good. And then, of course, there's the chasm, which is all down there. It's like a whole other zone in itself. It goes all the way over there, all the way in behind here. It looks pretty good at nighttime, too. Or it did. I don't know. What time is it now? 11 p.m. This is 11 p.m. This is not how it used to look. It used to be so much darker, and you used to be able to see all the lighting in the fire. It was phenomenal. But ever since they lightened it in the game, because you people can't handle the dark, it doesn't have the same effect, same appearance. Whenever you build or buy a new computer and get rid of the bloat, go to ninite.com. It allows you to install a whole bunch of useful apps in one click. Ninite? Never heard of it. Is that like finite? Like infinite? Show off. Install and update all your programs at once. Oh, yo, this is cool. I didn't know this existed, Vec. Download and run your custom installer. Is this legit? I don't see an HTTPS at the beginning here. Is this a legit website? Trusted by millions. We install and update about 1 million apps each day. I'll bet this service saved me a couple hours. PC World. Interesting. I'm going to favorite it just in case. Oh, you most certainly will see Crush's distance. If you don't see Crush's distance, you better take that computer back. You'll probably see into the sequel. What's that? Oh, it's a good question. Let me see what mine's at. I'm on 1. So VSync is vertical syncing. What it does is there are some games you'll play or some video you may watch where you may see a line that cuts through your screen. It'll be very minimal, but it'll distort whatever you're looking at. VSync will actually try and take your graphics card and slow it down to the speed of your monitor so it smooths it out and you don't see that line. Some people call that line screen tearing, just in case you're curious. If you haven't noticed it, it's not a big deal. But if you're ever doing anything and it looks like you can see a tear in the middle of your screen, you may want to look at changing a VSync setting. I can't I I can't say anything about the different color, but I can say that if you get up there and there is a visible line through your image, you may want to go into the game's graphics settings, see if they have a VSync option, and then either turn it on or off and mess with it until that line disappears. If the line doesn't disappear, then it's part of the programming of the game itself. The issue is with newer graphics cards, they run at 400 miles an hour. Most monitors only run at about 80 miles an hour. So because the graphics card runs so much faster than the monitor can't keep up. That's what causes screen tearing. And if you don't have the newest graphics card, you may play older games that have screen tearing because your current graphics card runs 1,000 times faster than that game does. Were you guys going in through climbing up and running to the back? Makes sense. Have all the races been added? No, Shinra. We're still missing 3. We're missing the gnomes, we're missing the Arkai, we're missing the Scar. Now, I think they're also going to be, I think they're supposed to be like Ember Elves and something else. Yeah, I don't know anything about those. They haven't really been talked on. I think Joppa's mentioned them once or twice in the last 7 months, 8 months. But for right now, out of the 9 main races, we're missing the gnomes, the Arkai, and the Scar. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Why can't I see your name by default? Nameplate distance is not working. Do I have to relog? I don't see anybody's... I don't see your nameplate. It's really faded. Wow. What is going on there? That's new. That wasn't doing that like on the last raid. I was able to tune like... Yeah, that's crazy. Your name on full detail is so faint. Oh, there... Wow. It's the light. Collins, run over, just run like 100 feet away. What? See, right there. See? Okay. So when the game was dark in the Krushnek wanted darkness, this would happen. The game still thinks the environment is that dark. So when a light source comes in within 20 feet, the names start to light up. In the old darkness or the old lighting, this would be almost pitch black with no lights. We don't have our torches on. We probably have them unequipped from the last raid. That's why we don't have light sources. So even though they turned the light on because a bunch of people whined about not being able to see 5 feet in front of them, the same lighting effect is in play. Okay, that's dumb. That's what it is. Wow. I didn't... Wow. Okay, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's because we took it's because they changed it. It's because they made it brighter now. Like we can see everything in the zone. I can see all the way over to Hangor. I shouldn't be able to do that at midnight or whatever time it is in game right now. It should be like pretty much pitch black. Curse you people wanting the light change. So, what's our game plan here? Do we have a goal? Are we going to try and go after that named for Bobza? That's the paintbrush person in the dining room. I mean, there's 30 people here. The chances are somebody's inside. Yeah. Did mages ever get their update, or is that waiting for the big spring patch? Summoners just got their update. Summoners are pretty awesome now. Summoners and wizards got their update. So the summoners and wizards are pretty awesome right now. Enchanters and necros will come with the spring update. I think that's the dude that spawns in the back with the wolves. Yep. So what's our best way to go to the roof? We're going to want to run to the back and go up on the rock. Will we have to... Okay, that might take longer than going... We can definitely try it, but I would think going across the back would probably be faster. Okay. Yeah, there should still be less to kill going that way than going in through the dining hall, I think. Well, that's easier said than done. Where's my sword? I took my sword off. Nope, that's my bad. I took my sword off when I was going through my inventory and I forgot to put it back on before the pull. I'm like, what is that sound? Uh-oh, uh-oh. Here we go. Okay. I'm not going to enjoy this one. Okay, so we have 2 chemists. One of them is iron-willed. Okay, perfect. Do you think you have enough room to try and split these, Snap? Forgot about the summoned wolves. It's been a minute. Nope, you are actually rooted. Okay, want to try and split these? I keep forgetting. By the way, if anybody has an interrupt, Beckon Wolf, I think is what the ability's called, that needs to be interrupted. Wolf ad. Where'd the steward come from? Where'd all these guys come from? There's a named. I think we need a log to clear it, yep. AE too close to the wall, chat. We ended up getting the named. Which is unfortunate because it brought a couple of ads. Black Wolf Rosa. How's my audio been tonight, chat? Has my voice been cut off at all? All right, you. Stop that. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Who? Well, Snaps is just wrecking everything. Did you kill the name too, Snaps? You're muted, by the way, or something. Did you kill the named and everything too? Oh, okay. Oh, you feigned death and you reset. Gotcha. Yeah, it looks like Collins is in now. I can see his pet. My interrupt failed. Wolf ad. I better be able to interrupt stuff with my shield after the spring reset, or I'm going to be an unhappy camper. Hey, Counter, what's happening? How you doing? We're just at Black Rose Keep. This is just above the stables. We don't need. He'll stay up there. Oh. That's gonna get the ad. Ad incoming. Nope, that's a wolf collar. Okay. I just made it. Oh, this might be messy. We don't have invis. Right, Collins? Don't get aggro. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Let's do... No. I think what you mean is people could climb on the corner of this thing to climb up to where we are now. And we can use it to climb down. This corner right here. Don't go over to the edge because you're going to aggro something. But I think this is the corner that we discovered that you can climb up and down on. Yeah, don't we get 2 or 3 aggro if we climb up here? Nobody, if I drop down, nobody heal me or nothing. Is that me growling? I don't recall hearing myself growl before. Where are you guys? You better quickly or I'm gonna die. I'm right where we were. Like, oh, I'm dead. I only had 2. Yeah, but now we're gonna get 4. I don't know why the whole group moved. I just got through telling them, if I drop down, don't heal me or nothing. And then everybody moved. What? I don't understand why they moved. Yeah, that's why I was expecting you guys to be down here. Remember? I said, when I drop down, don't heal me. But everybody moved up. So when I dropped down, nobody was down here. I was just gonna say I'm a genius for only getting 2 out of the 5 that are up there. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it again. We'll see. No. No. I'm thinking you 3 should stay right where Collins is. Stop. No, go back 10 feet, Collins. Go back 10 feet. Right there. Everybody pile on Collins and stay there. If I say engage, jump in. Only if I say engage. If I don't say anything, let me die. Hang on. Nobody do anything. Let's see what warps down to me. Alright, take this guy. Yep. You can heal. I'm so good. Hope you guys in chat are taking notes. I have 2 coming. My target is iron-willed. I don't know about the other one. Oh, never mind. They leashed. Hang on. Throw me another heal. I don't think so. I think I took too long to drop down. Attack. I'm better than good. I'm the epitome of whatever needs to be. Maybe I am toxic, chat. Maybe I am toxic. I'm brilliant. That is me growling. I never recognized, or I never noticed the ogre growling. Where you going? No! Ah, bugger. Hang on. Okay, this might get 2. Am I gonna be able to get down? Oh, this will be a gamble. We have 2 here. Be careful on my target. This is not good. We can't have wrong targets. Just make sure you see which one's missing the most health. Yeah, that's not the point. Okay, now, we may get one more aggro. I don't know how far down the stairs he comes, but everybody can come to where I am and start to climb. I'm not pulling, we're all climbing. And nobody climb ahead of me. There you go, come over to the left, climb up a little bit, and come right to where Carrie and I are. Now, I think... Yeah, there'll be one more. Hang on. He's coming down the stairs now. Come on, you. See me on the rock. See me on the rock. There you go. There you go. Come over. Yep. You see me. You see me. There you go. The animations look a ton better also. Dude, oh yeah, dude, the game's great. The game's great. Okay, so climb up like I did, over to the right, and then you should be able to dismount onto the stairs. Yeah, now it gets a bit tricky. So, here's what we're going to do. We're all going to stand back here, and Snapper's going to attempt to split them. Now, Snap, when you go to do your first feign death, I want you to try to feign death right here. Okay? That way if it fails, you still have time to get back towards where we are and feign death a second time. The rest of us, now that I've seen the distance, we're going to go up the stairs here. Everybody come up to me on the stairs. We're going to stay here while he does that. Whenever you're ready, Snap. Okay, come back to me. Perfect, we'll fight him here. Okay, same plan. Everybody up on the... Well, we'll be up on the stairs. Snap, go ahead. That's fine. That's fine. Tag them and run them all the way back here. We want to make sure we fight them far enough away that if they happen to run or what have you, that they don't aggro something else. Cool, do it again. Remember with spell blades, the longer they have their buff up when they're in combat, the stronger it gets. If it gets to... Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. If the spell blade gets to 5 stacks on its buff, it's going to kill us. I saw a spell blade walk... Yeah, see that spell blade to the left? They walk all the way over to the stairs. We'll just keep steady. You got another 2 or 3 pulls before these guys respawn. Hey, Red 6, what's going on? Hey, Salted. That's right, Counter. That's right, Counter. That's a fair bit of damage. I think so, Red. Depending on when this group finishes, we'll probably pop over to monsters for a bit. I think we only have a limited amount of time here. Might be 30, 40 minutes, I think. Don't risk tagging if you have to get a heal. So come back here when it's safe and get a heal. Always play it safe. Yeah, we're trying to find a specific name for one of our crew. They're not here this evening, but we want to see if the item they drop is tradable. So these guys said they were going to be here, so I'm like, okay, we'll be here. I'm that monk, thank you. Corn. Yes, okay, cool. Yes, I'm glad Feign Death worked, because those guys might have made short work of you. Those red guards are tough. They're not like the rest of the mobs down below. Mm-hmm. You guys would be able to do so much more with the chanter. Best way to find one is to yell out ads. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Beautiful. Remember, the Astral Flare, Astral Flare. Ooh, lucky. Okay, how many mobs over to the left, Snapper? Okay, once those are split, we'll move down and over to the left. This part should start to respawn. I would stay right there, Collins. Just stay out of line of sight of that turn in the stairs. Okay, we can all, ooh. Yeah. But there's still 2 astrologers over there, so we'll stay here instead of on the stairs. Pull that one to the left, Snap. I just don't want to risk an accidental engagement of 3 of these guys casting Astral Flare. Focus. Yes, focus the astrologer. Kill the astrologer. Ooh. There's a researcher in that building to the left too. We'll pull it also. There's 2 in there. Tag the researcher. Play it safe. Whatever's a safe pull, tag it. Oh, that was close. Yep. Okay, we'll fight that guy where he stands. Collins needs mana. Let Collins get some mana. This could be a long fight. We have time to camp right here. Or rest right here, I mean. Before pulling an astrologer, make sure to check your horoscope. Exactly. Don't worry, you won't be pulling them. We're going to run in there. This next part's going to be tricky for splitting. I just saw it, yeah. Okay, Collins, you think you're good? What's that? Okay. Alright, we're gonna pile in against the back corner. Get yourself behind the table. I don't know if there's a fear or what have you. If you watch for his shadow ruse when he starts casting, turn your character 180 degrees. Just don't let him get your back. Ooh, burn. Yeah. Okay, so here's what we'll do for this one. Snap, when you go to pull these next set of mobs, the next 3 or 4, you're going to come here for your first feign death. And if it fails, you're then going to come over here to the building and you're going to feign death right here by this archway. Okay? Everybody else hide inside, line of sight. We're going to do this quickly. So as long as Collins has 50% mana, go out and keep trying to split pull or what have you and use the same 2 positions. We've got about 12 mobs to clear to get down there. And line of sight. Turn a corner. Yeah. Stay on the back side of the room for these guys, so in case you get feared, chances are you're going to get feared into one of these corners. Hey, Briar, what are we up to? I'm not sure. They wanted to come here yesterday, or they came here yesterday, and they were trying to get, I think, the Raven for Bob's, but Bob's isn't here this evening, but they were going to come back up here, so I decided to make myself available to help them come back up here to see if we can't get it for him. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, Ravens have that 500-point heal or whatever. I have my target. No worries. Now remember, these guys are going to heal and run at low health, like 20%. Okay, can we move? Yeah, we can move down. Okay, so, maybe not. Run past us for the astrologer. Run past us. Not that close. Can you jump? Jump straight up and push forward. There you go. Hang on, there's the astrologer. Yeah, come past me and turn left. Duck around the corner where you got stuck. There you go. Same thing for this split. Uh-oh, Colin's got aggro. I'm in combat. This is bad. Oh. We gotta watch those. We gotta watch those heals. He did. He did. He feint death pretty good. Oh, he's got a log. It's off the Raven, Briar. I don't know what the item is. I just know it's off the Raven. That's all I know. Bobza knows what it's in. I think he should be at the raid tomorrow, so if you want to check with him, I just know it comes off the Raven. People have to log it, looks like, chat. I didn't realize it was their end time. So as I mentioned at the start of the stream, we'll probably switch over to monsters for a bit now. Yeah. I told yous. You've just got to be tactful. No Cariental Express. That's good. Kara and I are running from Sky Durban. I didn't think we were going to die. I was trying to have faith, people. I was trying to have faith. I guess I won't do it again. Huh? I think I went the wrong way. I didn't know you could get over to BRK from going over to the left. Whoops. I will be there momentarily. Crush is on. Yeah, Crush is on his way. Aren't you maxed out? So what does that matter? But you're maxed out. So did they offer you a res and you hit no? That makes no sense. My head hurts. I'm not gonna think about that. I'll be zoning over in about 30 seconds. Yeah, yeah. It'll be interesting. Yeah. Don't get too excited now. Save it for tomorrow. When somebody asks you what stage of the fight you're in after the mob's already been dead for 2.5 hours, you can let them know that the mob has been dead for 2.5 hours. All right, let's get out of here. All right, chat, we're going to switch over to monsters for the rest of the stream. I don't have anything else going on here. People had to log for the evening. I have some, yes. Okay, give me 1 second here, chat. If you were here for Pantheon, we will be raiding tomorrow, so if you haven't seen the Pantheon raid, feel free to stop by tomorrow evening. Yeah. Well, that's not good. I forgot we camped out up here. This might be a problem. I can make a torch, right? No, I can't. No, not even close. I'm only 23. It's an open play test, March 27th. I think it runs for 4 days. No, they're spinning. So they have 2 different sets of servers. They have one set of servers that they started for the test weekend they had about a month and a half ago. So what they'll do is they'll shut these ones down and then spin up those ones. So if you want to give the game a go and you want to be on a server where I have tunes, it's the REL server, RELLE. It's entirely up to you guys, but I have tunes on the RELLE server. I will do that. All right. It's in chat. I put it in the channel. If you can, sure. You just won't be able to log in, but at least you'll be able to create an account. Yeah, It's just the standard client, and then what'll happen is when the client pops up, there'll be a drop down in the bottom left where you can select your servers, and you'll hit the drop down arrow, and then when the servers are available, it'll show you what servers are available for you to connect to. We can talk about that when the weekend comes anyhow. Okay, we'll talk to you guys later. Hello, people. I just saw your message. I was helping some people do some stuff in Pantheon, so I didn't notice it. No worries. I have to figure my way back. Did we make that torch? We did. This could be a nightmare, chat. Okay, so I'll probably start the stream in Monsters, but around 7 p.m. Eastern, I have to jump over to Pantheon for a raid. But the raid shouldn't be any more than 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and then I should be able to jump back over to Monsters afterwards. So I would say 7:38. I'd say about 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Central, that would be 9:30. No, I work till 4 p.m. Eastern, and then it takes me however much traffic I have to go through to get home. Dude, listen to my dilemma, okay? I have friends playing this game, and I have friends playing Pantheon, and it's been great doing both games. Now, this is like a friggin' tug of war, because they have their early oh, I'm gonna die. Damn it, I tried not to get aggro. Oh, I don't have it. Do I have aggro? Beginning of June. So, the beginning of June, we'll have the spring update in Pantheon, and the beginning of June, we'll have the early access. No, but that's when it'll be. I believe it'll be May. I don't think it's going to get to June. But don't say that. Don't say the day before it turns to summer. That's pessimistic. I don't even say that. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to say it's not. I'm going to say it's well before that. But point being, the beginning of June is both of these games, and I'm concerned because I don't know what to do. Although Pantheon does have 2.5 years on me, so, and I've been in this game for 3 weeks. So I'm in that what's it called? Veil of something, VOZ? Yeah. I was over by the lake. If I follow the mountainside like I'm doing, am I going to be able to find the way out? Okay. I can't do that. My wide load will get whacked by every skeleton here. Oh, I do. What am I doing here? What's he conning? I gotta get over there, don't I? Yeah, that was epic. It was hilarious, and it was horse nonsense. Oh, who's this walking? Is that the named? No. Oh man, I'm in trouble. I need to cut across. I haven't died yet. What's that ramp? That ramp's not the zone line, is it? No. Is it? Yes. No, I don't know. I'm running. I've run about a minute. Yeah. Yeah, the ramp goes up. There's a skeleton walking at the bottom of it. I'm guessing that's normal. Okay, we made it out, chat. Woo. Yeah, yeah. What, the name that we missed last night? Okay, we made it back over. Batman. All right, how's our inventory looking? Ugh. Actually, let's see if we can get some cloth off these skeletons. That's a big yikes. Nice. Excuse me. I need to be able to make the higher quality torches. So we gotta get cloth. Where's my group? We just got in game. We don't have a group. I was gonna say, I've got like a level 6 shaman, I think, and a level 5 necro. I don't know how low your low-level characters are. Gotcha. Shoulder pad for my necro. I will take it. There we go. What? Hey, man, that's Captain Unreliable. The router. Yeah, it seems like he would have. It seems like if it would have broke 3 weeks ago, he'd have had it 3 weeks ago. He could be in WoW. We have factions now? Wait a minute, what? That seems weird. I mean, What governs playtime? Everybody's different. Oh. So he was probably making the assumption that you guys would be on with some kind of regularity. Is that it? Oh, gotcha. Well, that's a start. What do we have? 6 rawhide. And then where'd our cloth go? Why am I not seeing cloth? Am I crazy? Why am I not seeing cloth? Oh, it's down here. Well, sir, it's in my main inventory bag. I'm like, what is going on? Excuse me. I see that dude's gone. What was his name? Raffle? Ruffle? Falafel? Really? I didn't know he was writing a book. I figured it'd be about being unreliable and, bad manager of time and whatnot. Yeah, yeah. Was he writing it like the last year? Has he been on it for years? Wool, wool. Wool. We have the cracked staff that needs to be sold. We have the tail. We have beetle shells for the armor. I think we could probably just ride with the 4. We only had, what, 3 the other night, and we seem to be doing fine? Okay, we have the beetle shells. The rawhide can stay there. That can be sold. Balance can be broken down. Or gotten rid of, one or the other. These are for the quest. We got to keep those. Torch, harvesting. We have some wood. We have resin, so we can make torches if need be. Should probably get a bit of wood before we head back out. Mining pick. Weapons. Sharpening stone. A lot of quest items, but we don't have enough space. So, leave that for now. Yeah, we keep that on us. Why not? Okay. We're gonna come out here to see what this guy will buy off of us. Nothing. Oh, go over to Beetle Wrangler. I am at the Beetle Wrangler. But I can meet you at the bank. I will head there right now. Thank you. Drop that in the shard slot. Shared. You do what with the necklace? Oh yeah, that's their take on the symbol of Innerrook. It's a cool item. Wait a minute. Can't sell to him. Oh, I think he has to be under the tent, right? He probably has to be under the tent. Alright, whatever. We got food and drink. Alright. Yeah. We'll head out now. Oh, there's silver. Oh, that weighs 5. You know what? We'll just get rid of that because we don't need it. That giant as well? That's regular. What do they weigh? 3. 3. That's not bad. That's not heavy. Clear quartz shard. It's not magic, so we don't need that. Quarry stone. See what that's for. Blood will stay there. Cloth scraps can go there. The pelt can go. Well, the pelt can't go there. It just dawned on me I probably should have gone and sold that crack stuff. It doesn't matter, we can do that later. How bad... How good is the light source? Oh yeah, that's not bad. I have it for 13 minutes. That should be enough to get back there. I'm running through Sungreet. No, Dunes. This doesn't upgrade anymore, right? I don't think so. We ran all the way back in, chat, to turn around and run all the way back out again. Oh, I get wood. There's no wood around here. Actually, if we stop over here... Did you see their post that went up a couple days ago about the stat changes? Excuse me. They have twice the team now. Hello, skeleton. Got any cloth on you? What is up with that skeleton? Oh wait, there's two skeletons. My bad. It's just with ogres. It's because we're so big. On all the other races, they hold it with two hands and use it normally. This is because it's an ogre wielding it. That's why they swing it like a weapon. That's why they're only swinging one hand. with the axe when you're harvesting, but if you put it on all the other races, they hold it with 2 hands. It's because the ogre's a giant class. It actually makes sense when you think about the strength of an ogre. No, it was only one skeleton. What was up with... That was weird, man. He was vibrating through time like the Flash. Alright, we're up to 18 wood. We'll pop over here real quick and see if we can get another log or 3. I've taken a brief pit stop. I'm just trying to get a bit of wood. No, I'm not telling a dick joke. Just saying, trying to get a bit of wood. No wood, no wood. No wood there. I mean, I guess if you want to talk about the first thing that pops up. I've never really been one for small talk. Okay, now we're up to 23. No more there. Let's go back over and check that oasis and then meet up with the group. I hope if when other races catch up to ogre strength, it's an Easter egg, the swing animation. Right on, Duraz, what's happening? Hey Dickie, what's going on? Is swimming implemented in Pantheon? Yes, Shinra. We actually should be getting underwater content, I want to say in 3 months? The summer update? Uh-oh, we got 4 minutes of so... No wood here. Okay, we're moving on. I don't like putting that there. No, I'm zoning over into Fallen Pass now. Don't start. No, don't start. Let's not talk about that now. Oh, my speed's gonna wear off in 2 minutes. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Do the vendors in town still sell steel armor? I don't know, Dickie. I haven't really been around to all the merchants. We are going to make the good torch. Oh, excuse me. This might be interesting, chat. I might be seeing if I can get the Pantheon crew into monsters. I think they're interested to give it a try. Don't get it twisted. Not going to convert them. But they seemed interested. They asked me tonight. So I told them to wait for the open weekend. I think the end of this month, 27th. I don't know if they've ever played EQ, so I don't know what they're going to think about this game. Right on. Yeah. Yeah, these servers get closed and their open servers get fired up. Yep. Well, the open servers. Yeah, June 1st is early. I wasn't gonna mine it, but I'd gotten out here before everybody else, so I was like, frig it, let's do it. It won't take long. Red to me. Putting a camp down? No, I got it down. Yep. Nope. Chain Dervish Mantle. Shoulders, AC 20, 2 strength, 1 dex. It most certainly will. .174 AC. Fantastic. What material is used to place a torch into the ground? Is it just wooden resin? Resin and a torch, okay. Remember, Outriders have the heal? Okay, so those don't do anything. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to? Nick is going over the patch notes for tomorrow. Oh, right on. Do they sound interesting, Tin? Anything about the fighter? It's going to take longer to level? Gotcha. So I'm being told that the patch tomorrow for monsters, they're slowing the XP gain. No, get your sleep. God, no. Get your sleep. Yeah, these mobs are still red to me, so I'm gonna miss a fair bit or hit for low damage or something. Excuse me. I do not know. Can you imagine? They were saying stay up all night. Get as much XP as possible before the patch. Like, nope. I'll be getting my sleep. Excuse me. The main streamer dude, Nick HOTS, is going over it right now. Oh, excuse me. I don't know. Oh, welcome back. Well, we did that quest line to open up the faction quest that allows us to build faction with the Ashira in Tilakir. And that kill that just happened, I just destroyed the factions. Meaning, your faction with cannot possibly get any worse. Not again. Excuse me. I don't know. I haven't been following. I try. Yes. Yeah, it lowers it by 20. Open up your character sheet and look at your corruption resist. There's shortcake. Hey, Red 6. You're back. You lost out on a beta key giveaway? Oh, no. Just the one key given out? He was giving away 5. You can roll a 1 on a d20. We got 2 coming up. Uh-oh. There we go. That was a clutch heal. That was close. Those were 2 red mobs also. All this stuff is red to me. Man, healers need mana. I could use lesser regen. Excuse me. Man, the mana regen is real in this game. Like classic EQ. Yeah, really. Charge needs to bring me into range. No, flaming embers is a fire dot. It's pretty serious. Whoops. You saw a spider here, like at camp? Okay. Mm-hmm. Those are cool. On this date, on this evening, in this group, this is my first time. How am I not seeing mana for this adept? It just cast heal and got it off. There's a spider. I'll be out of wood for when the next time the fire pit goes dim. I appreciate the wood there. Don't know. I can't seem to break them down or combine them. Oh, interesting. What's tomorrow, chat? Wednesday? Tomorrow's Wednesday. It's the cudgel. Hey, Hellgear, what's happening? How you doing, man? Wondering what to do. What are your options? Nope. You've started a watch streak, Hellgear. Let's get that number higher. No, there's 24. We don't get any new abilities, but that's one more level. Man, if somebody asked me 3 weeks ago or told me 3 weeks ago I'd be on a level 24 fighter in Monsters and Memories, I'd laugh and tell them they were full of baloney. Thank you. Yeah, it can be weird with spellings. That's the beetle helm, the cinder beetle helms from the quarry in Sungri. It's a quest with the beetle wrangler. They can drop good gear. Yeah, we've had corrupted stuff drop. I didn't think to inspect it. I just thought it was trash loot. Excuse me. Named is up the hill. Nope, other way. Up towards the sun. This fight is probably going to be pretty lengthy, so you guys are probably going to want a fair bit of mana. And you're going to want to remember, if you have an interrupt, the spell with the word embers in it needs to be interrupted. More than likely. Oh, right. That makes all the difference. My bad. Well, the enchanter's going to find out the hard way, because their pet's going to die in a second. And now they're running away. Is that hodl person? I'm still back at the camp, by the way. We're going to sit here and wait for the group to come back. Did you want me to run to you guys? Now would be the perfect time to grab hold of her because she's out of mana. She won't be able to dot or heal. Yep. Hey, Shoklin, what's happening? Hey, Wolf. Do fires have an effect other than light? Yes, they do. They actually give you a rested bonus, which can give you up to a maximum of 20 minutes of an XP bonus. It counts down, but as long as you return to the campfire, you can recharge the timer. It also allows you to rest, meaning you don't get tired, meaning your stats don't suffer. At least I think. The game tells you periodically you feel tired. That's usually your hint to go back to the campfire. Or a campfire. Uh-oh. Here we go. I do love that they took camping literally and added a campfire. Yes. And the campfire can be refueled. As long as you have lumber on you or wood on you, over time, the fire will lessen and lessen until it disappears. And you'll get a message in your chat saying the campfire feels dim, or the light of the campfire dims. And if you have wood, you can just put the wood on your cursor, go to the campfire, and then click on it up to 5 times, and you'll actually refuel the fire. So if you have like a static group or a regular group of individuals or a couple of people who know to carry a stack of wood on them at a time, you can go to the middle of nowheres and camp there for quite a while. If you run out of wood or if you don't take wood with you, it could be a bit of a struggle. The XP benefit is really worth it for the campfire. Hassle, yes, hassle. Side hustle in the game would be someone resupplying your camp with wood. Yeah. For sure. I think elementalists can summon bandages. So they log in, summon a bunch of bandages at the start. I mean, I'm I was just gonna say, I'm tanking reds at 23, and I'm feeling pretty invincible. I can't answer on that. For me, it is. I'm just gonna camp here. Alright, chat, it's about that time. Well, I shouldn't say it's about that time. I'm late. I'm really late. I gotta stop doing this. Seriously. I gotta stop doing this. Anyways, we got level 24. We were hanging out here long enough to see if the name would leash, but unfortunately, when that person pulled it away from us, it aggroed a giant skeleton, and the skeleton smashed her. So, I guess... I mean, we don't really need her killed at this point. I think both healers got the cudgel, so they're fine. Anyhow, we'll be live tomorrow. I think we're going to start with monsters. Then around 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have to switch over to Pantheon because we're raiding. But then when the raids are over, if the group doesn't want to run anything, we'll be switching back over to monsters again, and we'll see what's going on. Anyhow, as always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care. No new armor.